Fuck. Move my head. There we go. Gina, how are you holding up? Starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. Jenny, me. Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I got all this trouble and fight so hard. For the likes of me. What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? You mean this? A photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend I wasn't a bit of a shock to see the... Ah, shit, I missed the line. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Yeah, why didn't you consider that? Luminous magically cleverly pieced together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? We all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. I slipped out and went down to the street, to the 2-to-1, to Winterbank's place. I had to know. Iris, was the story was there or not? The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes doesn't like. Something what we don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking in me lug. With Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. You broke into Winterbank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea how that was all gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was dark and as you like in there. I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and then that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other It's here. I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. But I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? Want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not? Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, don't waving my gun around, would you? In the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, all right. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying at all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, and there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you, and... But don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out through the shop. Putting him back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I think I should help, see? I was about to go out to the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang! Mick Foley. Oh my god. I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. There he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick, as you like. As you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you? Yeah. So I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank is a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kind of dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. Must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did! Well, they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. I'll stay a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Oh, but was there in the afternoon? That Eggard Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. I don't know his real name yet. But I'm convinced he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. What? You can leave it all in Runa's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Mr. McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. You got that bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. Pain in that era of judgment just doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. You know, Bye, to the bitter end. Oh, shit. To the bitter end. Hold on. Sorry, I just gotta fix something in my audio thing. Meow. Okay. Well, what if I'm lying? You'd be working to get another killer off the hook, all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I'm sure that no one would have believed it if it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friendo. Yes. Ryunosuke. No one believes you more than I do. Leave this to me, man. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. And even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. He did believe in me. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Listen, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. You don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver? No good liar? Not like You're not like McGilded, I know that. Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris! Know you better than you think. You've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Hey! Come back, asshole! You can't run off like that. Court! Come back to court! Yes, of course, thank you! Bailiff! I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. I hope you're watching over me too. Partner, Bible. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precise of the case heard by the court this morning. During omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And all the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument. I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. A big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord. Subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Come to the stand without delay. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him so soon. And certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You're apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at the pawnbroker on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. It really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. To respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Whoa, wow, whoa. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place at the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties were present, he claimed that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. It would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. My golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? Following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established. You will be free to leave immediately. Good. And I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon for any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. Meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We've met. You say so? Ashley Graydon. Enchante. So. Ha! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Naturally, I would... Okay, let's see. Yes, we've even met in a very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon and the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It's Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... Witnesses here to testify at events that took place last night. Or that night. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you. Because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. Going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. Could be tricky. To rock a rhyme that's right on time. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? I can be sure that the blood is mine. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate... Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a... Oh, God! Why are you raiding me? No! No! Go away! Why are you talking in all caps? Ah! Who's subscribed? I can't tell. I don't have a way to check who's subscribed right now, actually. Fuck. I don't know where to do that. The pop-up doesn't show up where I'm looking. How are those two things correlated? I'm gonna blow up. Ringwraith wound. Oh, snap. I wasn't reading anything that happened. Hold on. God damn it. I thought you were going to be streaming for longer than that, honestly. Yeah, but I forgot the gimmick. Oh, yeah. Ah, my throat hurts. Okay. You dare recite an AC/DC song in my court? What? Your comrade's worried about you, it seems. On an account of your injured arm. My arm's not injured. Oh, God! No. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I've no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer everything in relation to their mindless situations. His arm just pops off like a Ken doll. Just... ah! You don't know that. Perhaps you would allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. If your arm's all hurty. Left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. I just do that. I'm like Vegeta. Vegeta just grabs his arm for no reason. I have no evidence whatsoever that links me to the common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to admit such any invasion of my privacy. My voice is going out, so I don't know if this is really exciting to watch. I want him to add it to the testimony, then I could, like, do the thing at him. I'm gonna do the thing. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man is killed. Fuck you. My 74 evidences, bitch. Eh. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? What is a disc? Why disc? The disc was until the day of the murder in pawn in Mr. Windebeg's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, this afternoon, however. Somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And it was you! No. Theme song! As I reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. May have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc because you're fingy. Fingy? Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. Right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. It's not used as toilet paper now, is it? No, the skirmish to acquire the disc. The thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a skrizatch, on his arm. Good gracious, he's using urban dialogue. Mr. Graydon! You refuse to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you going to refuse to allow us to examine your physium? Yes, no doubt it bears a small skrizatch consistent with the smear of blizzard on this disc. Why are you talking like that? Well, well. It seems I underestimated you. What if, fuck, I don't know. So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to break the disc to take the disc from the defendant. I have never played a Five Nights at Freddy's game in my life. It appears there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Huh? Whoa, whoa, I'm moving, I'm driving. As you see, the disc was mine from the outset. There is some crime in taking an item that you own out of the pawn shop. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, and this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. If you put it in, it'll play the fucking theme song. Yeah. It sure has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Disc. There's a disc in my ass. Neptune ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. I also took a coat, I guess. Of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. The guy who died in a fire because, I don't know, just cause he died in a fire. I don't know. Yes, my lord. The very same. Guy who died in a fire, of course. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGill and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Ah, my throat. Well, I certainly didn't expect to be the name uttered here in my courtroom again. I wonder what Sheen has told us. The disc was placed in the pond on that fateful night 2 months ago. Gilden himself gave instructions to deposit in Winterbanks. Funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him, isn't it then? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon in Winterbanks in order to get his hand on McGilded's disc for some reason. You'll commence your cross-examination, please. Disc. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? No. As you'll observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. And I collect little shitty music box discs. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. You have little need to make sure that use of service is provided by the pawnbrokery trade. Ever I did once find myself in having difficulties, misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Why, I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. Claimed that it was your overcoat? Obviously. And in my haste, I clean forgot. But the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there's a note on it that reads from Mr. McGilded, McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. As you know, known music box maker Little John and the East Side Boys. I met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover they shared my penchant in that area. That were two little music box perverts, yes. Pre-production sample. It's the piano it's the guitar intro from Dr. Dre's. No. From Dr. Dre's Still Dre. And you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat that you were forced upon. Yes, exactly. She didn't mention it in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened to keep her mouth shut. Needs to be dig deeply here. I'm going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear. No one's been booked for fucking perjury in this game, don't worry. They perjure all the time. Are you saying Miss Lestrade left the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas of her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course he would take that stance. The girl's a regular offender. Objection, I hate you. It's on the grounds that I hate you. No. I've had with all the information you need to identify the defendant. No, You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. Getting your hands on Mr. McGilden's disc. Nuh-uh! I learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense. I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, we refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Fine, we never had a hate. Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. Like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. I like looking at, memorabilia of sports teams. And used record players that... When I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. Why'd they be looking at pictures of butts in the pawn shop? I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Say what he likes before he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. That's the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilden as evidence. Hey, why'd you do a face? Something wrong, Inspector. Well, what do you mean? Last remark Mr. Graydon's testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. You did a face. I didn't do a face. What are you talking about? I don't have a face. No face. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions? Can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know about all that. Magnus McGilden, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. Man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Fancheeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Hoppers like me have duties to carry out we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongard, I presume. Lord Chief Justice, I have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, what Stone Cold said so. You gotta get, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Strongheart's paw print first. His paw, his little paw. There's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. I said the Royal Rumble! That's not what I'm here to do! Here the Inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Liberty. Mr. Graydon, let us continue to your testimony. Yeah, whatever. Kitty. Oh. There's a positive Mr. Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you weren't there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Sorry, my learned friend. I can do it too. That's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn at Windibanks. And this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Hey, you're Japanese, not me. Has to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. What? The second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. Rather vague description, it seems to be. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there's some adequate grounds to suspect you did. This is stupid. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I simply could walk out of the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Why did I think that? Oh. That means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? Hey. Stop it, you 10-year-old. Get out of here. Can you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. The night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution could prove it. What? Oh, shit! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir! The prints. These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Are these red-handed recorders again? As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, this establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers. The other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. I thought it would be like the entrance. Whatever. According to the information on this ticket, McGilder's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items at the shop front. And what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April. I think it certainly had a full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Yeah, but did you look at your own dick in 3D? We have 2 pictures to compare. I say placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft one of the possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. Now your men had already completed the 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. Or compared the 2 prints thoroughly. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ow! Is there a fucking, like, wall behind me? Because it's not there when I do. Ah, fuck, whatever. Should show he's stolen Mr. Gilded's pawn box. Might be able to break him down at last, before he hits the Dougie again. You know what? I've been thinking. What if the two photographs really are exactly the same? Oh, we're gonna do the thing. We're doing the thing. What? Oh, counsel, in the light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. You accept the prosecution's assertion? No. We're doing the thing. Try something. Evidence from court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Thing. Thing. Do the thing. I'd like to use this device, my lord. View the true prints stereoscopically. Ooh, fancy. Oh my god, I'm gonna come! Oh yes, you've got the bucket last. You can't resist it, can you? Oh, you got the cross-eyed compulsion. You're number 3. Fuck. Fun. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. That box on the napkin moved, I think. Oh, never mind, it's that one. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. That's not how stereographs work. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. What could it be? Good question. It couldn't be that, could it? Two prints are almost identical. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. What? View the two pictures. If you view the two pictures through the Nintendo 3DS. Single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. You have a Nintendo 3DS? Wait, unbelievable. By Jove, what the hell? Elsa says it's very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to this place on the shelves. Suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yeah, that one. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? The box was moved on a shelf. Nothing was stolen. Means quite simply, nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilden's box wasn't stolen then. Doesn't the fact it moved like that change things? Are you saying a box can be opened and closed? Oh. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can it possibly be? Gosha points the fact that it was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. Oh my god, I fucking hate... No. Suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Mr. Windibanks as we speak. Oh my god, I don't care. Some little box belonging to a man that died 2 months ago cannot be possibly relevant to this trial. It does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff! Go to Baker Street. Obtain a box and bring it back here. Look at it, of course. It's rather nice. I have no idea what I'm doing. He has no idea what he's doing. I have no idea what I'm doing either. I left the oven on. Ah, fuck. Have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should have a recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. I would rather like to play Foursquare. Have you ever played Foursquare? To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. What do you have against Foursquare? This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. Are you saying I'm a ninja? Because I'm not. My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. And this witness' intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Yeah. It would be beyond absurd to break into such a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. Did I really leave the oven on? I need more wine. Yeah. Your lordship recalls Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial which he was found not guilty. A trial which was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles his upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box that probably also had a music box disc, honestly. Because he said there was 2, I think. I wouldn't accept even the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Oh no! Rebel, rebel, rebel. You can't pawn money. That doesn't work. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense to now bolster its argument. Ah! I didn't even drink from that one. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have had. Do you think, like, behind his desk, there's just, like, a massive pile of broken glass at this point? Are you able to show proof that the disc and the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, but we don't know why. We explain all that to the court at this point. We'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That is, the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Jenny! Maybe that Van Zeeks also knows why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? Maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Eat fast, eat ass? Something like that? I never said that in my life. The exact significant things that Miss McGilded deposited Mr. Winterbank. Something that only Gina can explain to the court. If I could afford to, like, buy an emote, it would probably be my character just going, "What?" I put her on the stand to testify about that. It could critically damage our chances of winning the case. That's the right thing to do here. Make the game longer. That's the solution. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I'd like to call out the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the defense stand. Defendant? To what end? It's to do with various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade's information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, and once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. Why is Google suggesting me pictures of horses? Well, I wanted to search something on my computer, and it just showed me pictures of horses. I presume you've considered implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain your last remark? This prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Okay, whatever. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh god, I'm so fucking tired. I gotta... Where's my hat? Shall bid you good day. He doesn't have a hat. What the fuck? You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. I don't know if, like... I don't know if he's helping us or not, honestly. I'm not sure. He's helping a little. Alright then, Gina, it's time. This will be hard, but please. Have you put your faith in me here. Good luck. Bitch. Articles of what Mr. McGilden had deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial which we was cleared in the courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. The testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden. I thought Miles and Phoenix worked together on the DL7 case where he was like... They were trying to figure out who the murderer of his father was before the statute of limitations closed. Because the one after that was the one with the police chief and the girl with the necktie. So, I'm going to play some Inside Baseball here, and we're going to be playing this, and then we're going to play Danganronpa 1, either Danganronpa 1 or the original Ace Attorney trilogy. And hopefully by the time I'm done with that, Apollo Justice trilogy is going to come out, and then I'll play that. Mr. Fate, perhaps, by Nipponese Friend. I mean, to recap the events of 2 months ago. The only thing, if I'm playing Danganronpa, I want to play it with someone else in the call with me. because I've beaten all the Danganronpas, so I kind of want someone who has like fresh eyes. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Actually, he was the prime suspect for the murder. As the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. Well, the thing is, I don't know when you'd be available to play Danganronpa. And I'm going to be playing all three at some point. 2's my favorite out of the 3 of them. It was Mrs. Strahd whose testimony brought that possibility to light. By the time of the incident, Mrs. Strahd was concealed under a seat in the carriage, going to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. And immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, he fucking died! Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. Case 5 of Danganronpa 2 is the most insane fucking thing I've ever played in my entire life. And like, I really want someone to experience that for the first time because it's just fucking insane. It's even more insane than the fucking hydraulic press murder in Danganronpa 3. Be that as it may, I recall neither disc or the small box being mentioned in the course of the proceedings. Mrs. Strahd. Tell the court now, please. Yeah, the fucking murder that happened because one guy was poisoned and then he worked with the guy who, like, attacked him to, like, record them being crushed by a hydraulic press but switching places, and then one of them gets in a robot and, welcome to Hydraulic Press Channel. Today we met a small boy. Okay, here we go. No, he said all what I know. What about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mrs. Strahd. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, it transpires that you willingly withheld information of the trial 2 months ago. The Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. To be fair, perjury is a much lighter sentence than murder, if you want to be, like, straight up. You will lose all credibility as a witness. Oh, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Well, asshole! Iris? We're on your side. Also, would admit to being coerced technically absolve you from perjury? Or give you a defense against perjury if you were coerced? This case.jpg. Ever. Hear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles are extraordinary case of the omnibus. Harbors secrets which we have hitherto unaware. So, Mrs. Strahd, you will now give your testimony before the court in the events 2 months ago. Reveal the truth. A commodity so sorely lacking in your original statements. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down by my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. As you say, my lord. And there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error at Mr. McGilden's trial. As very much to me as the man deliberately deceived this court. Effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done to this courtroom 2 months ago. Hey, you were helping me on that fucking case. And we were both working together. And then the judge said he was absolved of the crime. That's not my fucking fault, okay? That's not my fucking fault. You're wrong, the lot of you, Mr. Naruto. The lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. Defense made a terrible error of judgment. And take the full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of Mr. McGilden's pawn articles must be brought to light. Given the depths of calamity you just plunged yourself into, it may be worth hearing. Got it. Fuck God. I wanted to go to sleep. But decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. I mean, son, Mr. Naruto. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I'm rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important you tell us the truth now. For Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances. I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? I couldn't hear too well, but I had to say. I think it was about money or something. I kept talking about buying and not buying. Ah, perhaps business dealings of some kind. Anyway, they got louder and louder. It started sounding like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream, like, "Arr!" Like that. Yeah. That's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me up from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. What was the disc you saw? This disc? This disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove line on the floor. Would this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but Mr. McGilden pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought. But I didn't go along with it. I get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. And after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed? Yeah, that's right. First it was kind of a rapid noise. Like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, my name is Helen and I'm here to say. All of a sudden I heard him scream over me head. And then a pair of roof deck went to call the slops. On the west side, on the LBC, it was me and Mr. Warren G. Nate Dogg and Warren G had to regulate. Going out on the east side, let me ride. No. That's right. Out of sight? Where? Back out of the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the coves from the roof ran to fetch the stops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It appears they're entirely unrelated to this incident. That left Mr. McGilded, the driver, and you at the scene. Yeah, well, the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. Alright, the cabin door opened and the voice from the outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. It's so fucking cold! Oh my god! What did Mr. McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being Mr. Winneback's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. You mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was on the sand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. The gilder took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. I saw him do that. I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. And a few Roberts as well. I looked pretty happy when the gilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog-trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. I knew how exactly. I'll be able to scarp if I did exactly what he said. Which include giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Which was... But we have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop. Make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. And that if you didn't show up to get the ticket off me 2 months before 2 months passed, I'd go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug. Stop it being forfeited. You know, if we were some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. I have a question, and I feel like it's not going to be brought up in the game. If Mr. McGilden was dead, why was she still obligated to take the coat from the pawn shop? She could have just threw the ticket away and then just moved on with her fucking life. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Wait, I can pursue them? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? There was no exclamation point. Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Whoa! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack. We've been each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. I think we'll talk about this shady jet like this. I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. As if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. Appear on that night 2 months ago. Negotiating with shit. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. Hello, cool, sexy vampire. Goth girls and cheeseburger, alright. I don't know. I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, the Gilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove died right after its trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They're only going to be forfeited. Why couldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking it ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGilded is prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. You know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. There must be a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence to your lordship's request has been located is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Why does he talk so fast? What's in the box? Oh my god, it's a Nintendo 3DS! No! It couldn't have been! So this is the article in question, is it? Why is it so much higher resolution than the rest of this courtroom? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Miss McGilded 2 months ago. Other night of Mr. Windibank's murder. The only item on the shelves that were touched by whatever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open the box! Oh my god, it's my wife's severed head! Oh! Good gracious! It's no ordinary box, it seems. Wow! Although, in truth, I had an inkling it might be that case. It appeared that the box houses a miniature movement box. And is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. But that's a disc. That's a disc music. Like, that's a disc music box drum. Not a drum. It looks like a drum player. The comb's not for a drum. The comb's for a drum, not a disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Why would they do that? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on this disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this? Music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may well have motivated the culprit in the disc case to commit murder. There's clearly every chance that it was fundamentally important to the understanding of what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. This policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have you no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening? Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Oh, I see. That's not certainly what I would call music. What is that, hip-hop? No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Yeah, so hip-hop! Mr. Creighton? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken. It can't be, can it? Obviously, I wouldn't be surprised. Drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Does music be emanating from the music box possibly a new clue? Of course it fucking is. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. That is, Get the Fuck Out by Two Life Crew. It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see it has any meaning whatsoever. Why does this work? Why does it work? Sounds strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Creighton stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Greg recognizes this hip-hop group, and he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, why, Nippone's friend, answer me this? Oh? What relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? You! Defense belief that sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music, I think. Because it's a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. It's hip-hop, of course. Look at that. The smile vanished from Creighton's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Sherlock, Bruno. The sounds we're hearing are necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, Or they have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. Music box has been clearly broken, refusing to accept that as pure foolishness. Got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Bruno? I just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what the sounds are? Something struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertions what the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, what the devil is it, Council? All this evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now. Prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of the latest wild speculation. Alright then. Best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. Evidence explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box is... Do I have something like that? Well, what was weird was when I inspected this newspaper last time I was here. When you flipped it over, you got this weird thing about, like, military secrets and stuff. Today's paper, Council. Headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpurse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, that is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. Had hurt international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted. And leaked to various other countries. Name the countries. Those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Sure, number 5. Your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter? told the court that you worked for the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. Think of the station where you work. Deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right. This is hip-hop. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. It was called Morse code? What? I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, we in no money more place than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? No, I wasn't. Please, everyone, order! This is high treason, Council. Deserving of capital punishment, and not lowercase punishment either. So much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? Of course, I have to expect you to know. For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was a very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. In the end, Miss McGilded perished, when the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must have surely been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it will reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. Well, the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, you have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery legally in the middle of the night. Yeah, the article left behind by Mr. McGill would incriminate if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. Oh, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Of course I do. I had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer's been prattling away. By all means, counter the charges, sir. Prosecutor demands a witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. It's a litigious offense, which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. A heinous act of high treason is no less seriously a crime. I should bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Gotta have us have a rabbit and a pork here, Governor. We've got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Dash Skulkin. Occupation, professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Had timing, fellas. Very had timing. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. On Mr. Ado, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? One of the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3. In collaboration with Mr. Graydon there. We did, Gov, we did. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter. Getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. What about the geezers whose shop it was, yeah? The poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Has to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. Or as it has, I'll admit to the court record as evidence. Let's give it a looky-loo. The mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. The teeth on the comb are different lengths, so each one produces a different tone. This comb's very strange. Oh, the teeth are exactly the same length. What does that mean? Mitch, no matter tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've seen a music box like it before. Is that a button? Another movement on the other side. Does that mean you said another disc to playback on this side? The 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? You had 2 discs, they both play back at the same time. Do we have a second disc? Or not? He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha! Be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Lesson here in court? Morse codes continue a series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? I mean, if you want me to, DJ, it's fine. Yeah, it's a short dot and a long dash. By combining those 2 in different days, you construct letters. B. For example, this is A. This is B. And this is C. And this is D. No discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. You might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government's secrets were somehow being leaked during the using the music box, many other things would slot into place so nicely. There'd still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established to be Morse code. The 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense had a hypothesis to put forward. You'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, would have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh. Oh, god damn it. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box. What? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Ah, shit. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, the music box could have been used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Not a joke. I'm sorry. Excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. May I remind the court, as a witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc. 4 discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing to do whatsoever with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I mean, the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument some more strength, Runo. You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it? Yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. But the rather a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. Hey, it's me. No. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Let's say Graydon is an old China. Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Ooh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have it all old left together way back then. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute. You'll call Adam and Eve it. When we was younger, we was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? He's a very leery one. Had the brains, he had the savvy. Was coming up with smart ideas like what we would never have gone through in our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? I was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Get that apple out of there. Geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, let me turn our attention back to the testimony, please. I don't know. Would that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel. Brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Oh, yeah, whatever. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Ain't no more. The Skulkin never sunken, look. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but exactly was that some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must have been a catch. I suppose we're here. I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Ah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? That's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought we had a clever clogs like you had worked that one out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why was it that the only one mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... What's the happiest of homes that one came from? Yeah, it's an old man who was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. He took the name Graydon, see? Why do the fucking apples keep regenerating every time they bite them? That should always be Milverton to us. Milverton. That was used to be your surname, but did it? Is his name Ashley Milverton? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. You really think that you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, huh? Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You're born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. Ashley Graydon wants Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. I remember Milverton from somewhere, and I think I know what it is. If you look at these, the guy who died's name was Mason Milverton. So I guess they're related somehow. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we know now, understood had been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Oh, do you mean to say, Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. It's not the case. It is not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father. I don't. I believe, as I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. It will really make no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. And selling it on Mr. McGilded. Selling it on to Mr. McGilded. In collaboration with your father. Twirl, twirl, twirl. The facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together and reveal the truth. The truth, you say? You collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. I did to this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. Wasn't this about a murder? As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. Very effective one. I shouldn't give the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with Mr. McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc of the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. That attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. That same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Hey! We never knew nothing about that. On the night of Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder of the pawnbrokery touched that one item, and an item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated by using the 2 pins from the security camera, indeed. Well, the other disc was in the coat, and he took it already, but he didn't have the other disc when he took it. And he mentioned that he was taking 2 things from the pawn shop when he was there. So he was looking for the other disc, but he didn't know where, or he couldn't get a hold of it. The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. The coats with Gina. If it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night, 2 months ago? Refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Is there? Oh shit, there is. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, you know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 fucked up Sherlock Holmes and shit. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of the intruder. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm seems to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it? Has he got you now, the old China? Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Maybe I was a fool to think I would trust some comet backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. That is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I sure recall nothing of the sort. I couldn't go down without a fight. Not until I could show how hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense now has established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun really must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Even though he really wanted to. That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun. In his mouth. Only been fired by the third intruder. Goodness. None the fuck. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Why am I pointing at Van Zeeks? Ah! You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself in the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What though? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that I was there at the scene. I may witness the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in the case. I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? You suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed that gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. To explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. While those ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun at the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Did he steal the gun and escape? What? Under oath, you've clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. My intention to testify in this way. Neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Oh, you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, he was showered in his blood. The blood splattered all over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. Wine. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Sherlock's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. Science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission. Hi-ya! We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Doesn't look good. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals. Oh, fuck, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. That's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stains from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to a test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Oh, Van Zeeks, make it so at once. Make it so. With pleasure, my lord. And while we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. They find that blood on the overcoat. Tina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. No cross-examination! Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now. A very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. All these ruffians? Okay. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on the earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Love you, good night. Not thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. It was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks of a bloomin' mum sometimes. I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc was in your jacket pocket? Summer? What the fuck? Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That would be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? I mean, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What's going on just now? You saw him! He grabbed me with his whistle! By the blazes, he said. Why didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? Why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. With that flaming peephole in the door. So sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. Hector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Anyway, this was definitely out of character. I know it's very unfair. Why would some German scientist test be as acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? The textbook should use test tubes, too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency with this testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Gina's coat. After all, you can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you? As expected. He won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face. Not as easy as you thought, is it? Pin a crime on this lapel. It won't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be sniggering like that forever. What's your feeling, Bruno? Did Mr. Menreg intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he would notice that I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. He scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about his peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, not surprisingly, the storeroom does a solid job, made of stout wood. There's a small opening about a head height, like you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that. Shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what's been gone through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, but neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at me. Or straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he tried to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet fired was at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin Buns grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. Broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to have been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. Then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains were invisible now, with that coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. It is sullied with blood, that's for sure. Not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when the guild had stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Father. My lord? Pressing your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Blood. For the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. Report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear they would have been the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What if they say that, Council? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shattered any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it was. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help me answer that problem, Pop-Out. It can't be done. But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemical... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. But paint in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer. I held up Prylski for starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known, in fact, that he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord! It's been a long battle, this one, but the old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has received its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. There. Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai! Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. As to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Ah! I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, and none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Holmes! What? What is the meaning of this? Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be. I had not been set upon an errand. What errand? Curly, it's really you! You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Vanseeks? This trial's taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. It's been so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it seemed churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Cholmes, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove be too much for me. I forgive I should pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Honesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. He knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't do, you find yourself in this considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you're to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Leaving a present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah. Kitty! Meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What? What is that? I call it the cat flap-o-matic. The cat flap-o-mat. Make a cat flap for any little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? You say something like that? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Mr. Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. grateful to you for affording that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. And any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is the plan? Rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Defense requests further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking to cross-examine of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It appears that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Okay, yeah, it's in the past. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose one statement from the witness's testimony and put one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the situation remains unchanged, I will move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? We will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Ho! He's sleeping. Stand so insolently before the court in a state in such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly on in one of the antechambers. Reckon him when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. Won't let Mr. Holmes down, or Iris. I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Ooh, it's my cat Flap-O-Mat, my lord. It makes way for cats to get in and out of a room. You can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah! But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps I would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door that you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Holmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course, there was a peephole in the door. I said that much. I said as much in my testimony. Because I would have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake. Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it for to look through. What? No! This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. Most serious act of vandalism. Which I humbly apologize, my lord. In the few minutes I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes, like the door. Riddled with, explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door. There's no possible way that you could have seen, that you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! Order! Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, and my learned friend would surely realize... Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that you could cut through a solid wooden door? It's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Cat, 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 cat. Cat. Same animation. Cat. Meow. Well. Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom adore the Winnebags is made by your machine. And there's no way you could prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapper makes are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at the Winnebanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend to turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. I have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? Very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. As the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend claimed to amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through Mike Sex. I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. That the people in the doors of Winnebank's room was created after the event and not before. These are the only two pictures of the thing. Well, I'll be a motherfucker. Okay. What are you? Print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Migatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I've never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. The print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to that point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! It is really quite remarkable that door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole in any description. Ah. Mr. Graydon. Could possibly have witnessed the crime as you've claimed to have done. Because at that time it happened, there was no pee hole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a crock of shit. Ah! Big spins! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know about beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. More importantly, but Lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. That's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, you look at the circumstances. I am the victim here. No, please. No! I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say? There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right? As Sherlock always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. But Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to this court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain the alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency revealed by the lies in this witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, bloodstains on the coat? The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrat's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over him when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... Point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie that you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously As the cat got your tongue, witness, meow. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, meow. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. I gave the order, and the officers working around the clock in shifts to get through it all. And consequentially, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, would have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. But the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so that's, if it's all the same to you, mission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you've just uttered have extremely serious implications? Yes. But the defense believes the details about this case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Where is this person in question, Counsel? He gave... What the fuck? Was it fucking Gregson? Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me? You'd better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was on the stand that he realized his position. But he was to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? That he could permit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess that ended the case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that had transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, having illicit discussions that couldn't possibly have occurred. I just remembered something. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to receive McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some sort of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe-rag! You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Be getting away confidential details to the likes of this bloke. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind, and then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered gross case of malfeasance. Well, it's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution's not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? So what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in turn? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, and logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! You think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? It'd have to be the disc, right? Inspector Gregson! Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Where you getting now, sunshine? Is it possible what this other top secret case is what alluded to in this newspaper article here? This classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? Oh, and the bleeding Nora, could you? We discovered during the course of the trial, the music box deposited in Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! My chips! My fish! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking whatever is Miss McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. I'll hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to Mr. McGilded has been taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? And Magnus McGilded involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you indeed revealed confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? Aiding to abet this man and giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh, no. And I stress if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's this supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached the alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have to insist on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. But gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc on his person right now in his ass? It's in his ass! This is term. This inspector must be searched at once. Definitely. Search his ass! Rexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. Young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, and I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours, and you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, it's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search him. Fuck it. Yes, the defense demands that the Inspector Gregson search it once. Very well. Are you ready to proceed, Inspector? Be my guest, sir. So a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed the inspector had nothing unusual on his person at all. So I thought. What? Well, if you heard Gregsy before, he almost invited the search. Because obviously he couldn't find anything. Considering things like that before I momentarily put my foot in it next time. Well, counsel, what do you have to say for yourself now? Have you learned your lesson? Do you intend to embarrass more people in this courtroom? This is bad. Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical nippity stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. That's a lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal... The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Well, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Court couldn't have given up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. You're going to do what you told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly waits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be. Counsel, of whom you request this search now? It had to be the guy he grabbed earlier, I think. My lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never... Eh, blimey, me, him? Very well then, bailiff. Braden the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard is to object to this search. Fortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search. I have to pee, like, real bad. I'll be right back. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm back. In the witness pocket. He found this. This the thing. Oh my god, another music box disc. I don't know enough about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is not Inspector Gregson. Or is it not Inspector Gregson? Mr. Skulkin, what have you say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean, Gordon Flamin' Bennett! I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. For pity's sake. Why on earth does this man in possession of the disc the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point of this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, Was it any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to grab Nash Skulkin by the coat and shaking him violently. Ah, he did it all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. What exactly happened to make that detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like I was started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when you got down at the station? That's what he said. Nothing right down my ear, all he did. Me head's throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it. I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. That detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? And as a court of law, he could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Might as well. Cover the medium used to convey the secrets from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Hush, hush. Hush, hush. Hajagugu. A top secret assignment it is. As far as I'm aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in the court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. Though realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you acquired from the witness. Does this mean... Only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. It was all a pretense? Oh, now Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Really, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly inactive active imagination. However, there's no proof I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? You admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely I've encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final meetings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, he becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. I'm gonna come. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Raiden is highly skilled operator, stop. You're only in the presence of idle, stop. The detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I believe that these 6 jurors are... I'm gonna believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now. Is Chitty gonna be found guilty? I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Give some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole government secrets. Some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you've just far as not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their decisions, or announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. There's no choice then. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Gregson. Inspector Gregson. There is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. My last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Let's just play the fucking music. That's Mr. McGillis' peculiar music box, counsel. Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered and set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed. But the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that some second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. For crying out loud, sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. You go letting the whole courtroom hear that confidential information like that. It's treason. And do you admit the charge? And in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out to the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Well, let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. You continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or not, you've determined to do your duty. My means are foul. I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him! Leg! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. This courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Oh! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Yes, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. More information may take certain individuals uncomfortable will soon be very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstance. I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have been put it in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness is intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! And you still revealed to the details to facilitate the witness's perjury? I did. Then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Oh, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. Where a third intruder broke into the pawnbroker in that night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You... Bitch! Traitor! I'll fucking kill you! I will fucking kill you! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Post haste. Ad hoc. Wireless. That's it then. It's all over. Just kidding. Part 3. No. I despised my life growing up. The slums are vile places. was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. The little money they had was never spent on me. I set about studying to better myself, and one day escaped from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Then you decided to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with one queer talent. So you are. One queer talent. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and the Gilded would buy them for a handsome sum. I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy to succumb. You must have surely realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box? My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. Though he was very skilled with his hands, he once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that would generate Morse code. I thought up my father again, to employ his services. The first time I've seen him since I left the slum 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that it wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine with some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. So I had to make the 2 discs. How by splitting the information in 2? We were taking considerable precautions indeed. Just to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with Mr. McGilded and in two separate transactions. First involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with Mr. McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, we would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man the information away a number of times already. Seems that he had become reluctant to part with his money. Doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. I'm into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea he was on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. So, like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Only then I found out what the sort of monster McGilded Willie was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. Exact revenge. Revenge? Ah, fuck. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in this trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. He had barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're unwilling to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. He's saying that. I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that the monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. If they're going to extend the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. That policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right. An imposter. Among us. Hired by me. Among us. McGilded uses his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. It gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. Loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago, because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbeck's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. He can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in the pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so you will. I've never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one's like an extremely secure vault. I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he would have been entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. It was when we first met you at Windibank's after that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could have seen that. I realized immediately that she was another of Mr. McGilden's pawns. He must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would have been her who had the ticket. I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork in the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to the Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilden's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, as it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact McGilden was involved. Spectre, you've recovered fast. Orders would recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. We had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, but I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilden on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! Gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. I fucking gatted him, goddamn. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. Man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. All took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash or Ringo realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you've done, it's exactly the same. Oh my god, that was inappropriate. Thanks, Chad Pro 69. Thank you for coming, I believe. Very monster you saw and decide so McEeply and McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial, that's for fucking sure. However, it would appear that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, one of Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. Crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah! Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. It really is. This is really it now. The last push. The final call. The finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So now declare your final decisions to the court.
無罪
無罪
無罪無罪
無罪
無罪
Aha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I wasn't sure if we'd come out of the top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer ever. Ever, ever. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, huh? Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Eh! I never done nothing of the sort! Of course not. Not like you'd be gleefully wearing Mr. McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jenny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contains a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution is quite entirely off guard. In fact, I was thinking we should applaud my learned friend Courage here today. I propose a toast. Demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah! But very sorry about that. It's the only way I could get the Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... I may say something on that point. Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. And I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by that 2 discs... Or nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. You off your nut. How many times do I have to tell you these discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the further matter. I said further matter instead of matter further. God damn it. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, Lord. What have you been saying? It's truly day here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I didn't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina, stop talking about the streets for like 5 fucking minutes. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair. But if you want it to change, gotta start at some. Start at home. Gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery and business on Baker Street, I hereby require the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, got nilty. Whee! Explosions! Oh, shit! Oh, there's fireworks in there. Goddamn. That is all. Court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I've took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. I mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, I must. If I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, gave me cause to wonder if our meeting had some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Till we meet again. It's done. It's over at last. What? Where's Iris disappear to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. Irisada is your name. Thought about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, you see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All me life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. And that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of the trial 2 months ago. I choose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked out something quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make me a fat lot of sense to me, though. Trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in, that's cringe. I suppose. I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has himself. In himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here? My dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here, patiently, in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha yes! It was me all along. I would have said it when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling! Ah, Mr. Holmes! Yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape yet again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. Sorry. I really made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. Very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts are justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Being as cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, this Lestrade? Or you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed? Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but have a feel. Would you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Holmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order. For you too, Mr. Stroud. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it hasn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Holmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Was anyone found not guilty in a trial with whose work it winds up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? He mocks God. He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have to go the wrong end of the stick. There's some cubs like that bog trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. Suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hand and claiming lives is another. Like the McGildeds of this world, I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Great in you, which is to be admired, Mr. Stroud. Oi! Just give me a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to be indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations. Gina? Well,
There you are, Early. How long have you been there?
honestly, I went to the main entrance just to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have had penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was again? Breaking and entering, taking the bod, trying to stuff what was in lug, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them not like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea. I'm sure you can do it, Ginny. Hey, hey, hey. What is it? Nothing. It's Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to your rear gate at once. Right. I'm going to jail. Yes, goodbye, Gina. Good luck. Otto? Yes? Fuck you! Ah! Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strad. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thank you, fuck you, bye! Thanks. Otto? Oh. Brian. Thank you for everything you done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina, for being a pickpocket. What? Oh, we're fading to black now. Okay. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. Oh, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and there's trials all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say? As usual, I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. There you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain's finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? Right. We head to the station immediately. We may still be able to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. What do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Holmes? I rushed to Victoria Station after it made us arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be in there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again! Wow. Indeed he does. I'm fucking awesome. Alright, let's go. I really made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. I blackmailed him. What are we waiting for then? The London Victoria. Somewhat longer than I had anticipated. This boat must be about to leave now. Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there! Look! She's 3D! Hey! Don't throw that book into the fucking sea. What's wrong with you? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, you've heard that the sailings were being delayed due to bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. It took a really long time. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. book you're about to throw into the sea is your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. Saying goodbye to the law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. I stole it! Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. It's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages! On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, but put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winnebank's shop with it later that night. That's fucking huge. How did you forget? I see. And then... bang! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could be the only one. It could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve started spurring to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. Use the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. It's captured in a photographic print of the shop. And by one Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have been amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, sight of that met my eyes made my blood run cold. It started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded, thought about how he much manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Just from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as Gina thought shot Mr. Winnebank. Even though I was sure he would never have done such a thing. We were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it'd be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in that case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely that to have witnessed it, couldn't have been be a way to see beyond the door. Or which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? No, this is why you kept it a secret, Susie. You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew it at the time I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Holmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. But how did you tell him when he was in a fucking coma? She really does think of everything. My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have been rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to that have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. Decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato, the truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little bit of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. The moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Raiden's the one who lied in the witness stand, using the people as a way to implicate Gina. Besides, the people inconsistency hadn't existed. I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Oh, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo. You saved me, from my regrets. But I'm still disbarred. No. Who added me? Exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument isn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. It wasn't? There's a communications officer along the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they're written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. Cipher, I see. And we never hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So, ye... What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friendo. What? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. Transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in the plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It didn't occur to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own language. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? You say in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Yes, I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then I might recommend, dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. What can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. Made the colored train from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. Has the British Empire been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first, Hey Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second, Hey Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third, T. Greguson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson's the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing on a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange. It's so unexpected. Oh, out with it! The last is... J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson. You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. The end of the message, or rather, the end of what you've noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbing familiar names. It appears that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. Oh, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo came from. Ah, fuck, he's dead. No. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. A lot of J's among them. Master John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windebeck's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Jesus is alive! No. I do wonder. Perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk! Big honkers. Seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. We're gonna go to war. And I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Really going then, Susie? I wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, no, don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. It was during Case 1. On the Furia, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe. Still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You knew very well I'm talking about after that! Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama great legacy. Miss Susato. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Oh my god, why is this ending so long? Boat!
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする僕は弁護士になって異国の町で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろうでもどんな危機だって大逆転できるそんな気がするだって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから
Oh my god. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? If it caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything. That was all your fault. Huh? I believe it's a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? What? Huh? He's perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Holmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words. I know just the one he'll use. I really must say, I object to that, fucker. Oh my god, we're done. Fuck. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Nothing was afoot. When it transpired, I'd order them all myself. Oh, I advertised them for sale, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. Oh, I gotta go. Someone showed up at my house. I'll be right back. I'll be back later. Sorry. Credits, bye.